Hello, everyone. Hello, hello, hello. I hope everyone is doing well this evening. I hope everyone has had a good day. I did a little thing on Twitter a couple of days ago saying, hey, I'm debating if I'm going to play either this game or that game. And I decided I was going to do this one. I'm going to do Faith, the Unholy Trilogy, made by Airdorf Games and published by New Blood Studio. Uh, it is a very, very good game. It is one of my favorite games, for sure. One of my favorite horror games. I guess I should clarify. um, and I know I did an impromptu stream yesterday. I will still be playing more weird and unfortunate things are happening, but I decided that I wanted to try and start doing scary and like horror themed games Sunday nights. I feel like that would be thematically kind of appropriate to some degree. Trying to this is weird and unfortunate. That is very true, Gildy. That is quite true indeed. I hadn't quite considered that, but this does kind of continue that theming. Um, I have been following this game. I've already played through it in its entirety once before, but I've been following it for a few good years after the first chapter came out, shortly before the release of the second chapter. And I did a let's play of those a long time ago, along with the demos for them. And so I know generally how this game is going to go. I mean, I know how this game is going to go regardless. um, but yeah, it is styled in like the old Commodore 64 kind of fashion. It's a bit different. It's spooky. It's got rotoscoped animations. It's got some really great music once you get to chapter 3. Oh boy, the music drops when you get to chapter 3. So, without any further ado, I'm going to go ahead and move over to the game itself. Hey everyone, it's me. And yes, very pixelated, very Commodore 64, Atari. Uh, but I think. Hey, it's Carmine! Yes, I'm doing Faith. I'm going to be doing the marathon mode, which means I'm going to be playing through the entire series. Oh, one moment? Sure thing. Sorry about the ads. I tried to just turn them all off, like, just entirely. But sorry about that. um, all of the text that you see is in Latin, and then it's translated to English when you go over it. I'm gonna replay the intro for everyone as well. But I hope everyone is doing well. I hope it's a good evening. I hope everyone is ready for a very 80s themed satanic panic game centered around Halloween. Not, I don't think George Michael would be in this game. Was it Boy George or George Michael who did that song? I always mix the two of them up all the time. George Michael. Okay. Not the same as Boy George. But yes, I will go ahead and replay the intro.
September 21st, 1987. It's been 1 year since I first went inside that house. I have to finish what I started. What I am about to do has not been approved by the Vatican.
And there we go. That's the intro. That's the intro that started the whole thing. Making some adjustments here. 1 moment. If my mouse would cooperate. So basically what you've seen off of Five Nights at Freddy's theory videos, this kind of looks like all the extras, but you're probably being reductive. I would say not quite. Oh my god, my mouse is being my worst enemy right now. Hydrate? Sure thing. I can definitely do that. Tonight's drink of choice is tea. Fresh brewed tea, actually. I made this not too long ago. If I had alcohol, I would actually drink alcohol with it, for sure. But okay, I've got things mostly fixed. My stream decided that it didn't want to... My OBS threw a little hissy fit, and I was trying to get that fixed. But it should be fixed. Should be good. So, let's get things started. Marathon mode. So there's the reason why marathon mode is special. If I quit the game at any time, it will delete my save. I have to play this in one go. Now, I have played through this game before, and I've gotten the true ending for this game as well. So I think I can do this in marathon mode. I cannot do it. I cannot get the achievement called Good Christian Boy, which requires you to play marathon mode without dying, ever. That's not going to happen. Just not at all. I cannot do that. Yes. This game won't spook me because I've already been spooked by it. I know what to expect. Have you forgotten already? This force has a mind of its own. If you get lost, you could always try remembering where you've been. Pressing the escape key or the start button is a good place to start. So yeah, notes. I've also collected all the notes in the game. So I'm not gonna go note hunting, which will save me some time. But I will do the general, if the notes are in the path. Basically I'm not hunting for secret notes. Yeah. That typically gets people all the time. A long trek on the Oregon Trail? Practically. You're invited. Come celebrate Nate and Jason's 6th birthday, Saturday, May 3rd, from 12 to 4 p.m. Turn right at 1338 Snake Meadow Hill Road and go straight past the well. So we can find little notes and papers by exercising. Man, he is being way more active than he usually is. Alright. So it's locked. And now we must needs find a key. in this spooky forest. I think I remember where the general direction of the key is. PCCU, the power of Christ compels you? Absolutely. Got a little water feature here. I caught some people walking through the woods around the house last week. Not kids, just regular adults. They told me they got lost while hiking. I pointed them back towards the road. The whole thing just didn't feel right. I think I should go dig up Bob's rifle out of storage. Holy water now? Okay, I should have gotten to where I needed to go by now. Here's another one. Exorcise the demons from this old ruin. Public lecture by Carl James Osborne. Connecticut's historical connection to witchcraft, Satanism, and the beast system. Wednesday at 8 p.m. Okay. He is being far... I'm getting my exercise. Absolutely. Let's see. Okay, I've gone in another circle. This one just repeated. Just straight up. Oh, we've got a note that we can get. Oh, okay, wrong one, I guess. Oh, that's unfortunate. Okay. Like, is this dude supposed to be someone who specializes in exorcisms? Or knows this is supposed to be haunted? So, it will be revealed, but I'll go ahead and say it. We're playing as Father John Martin. No, not John Martin. John Ward. Father John Ward. Sorry, I saw the name Martin and I latched onto it. And he is a Catholic priest who has come to do what he has not been approved by the Vatican to do, and perform, or rather, finish an exorcism. Mr. Martin, it has taken longer than expected registering the markers on your property as a historical cemetery. Our office has had difficulty identifying who was buried there. The inscriptions on the gravestones are written in a language that we cannot identify. I've sent the gravestone rubbings to some of my peers at the University of Connecticut. I will reach out to you when I get a response from them. All the best, Daryl Henderson, State of Connecticut Historical Society. Oh, and another one. Today I noticed Amy's favorite tree looks like it's dying. All the needles are falling off it and the bark is peeling. I guess I'm more upset about it than Amy is. She's totally absorbed in her volunteer work at the clinic. I guess it's good that she found something she's passionate about, but I've gotten ugly looks from some of the women at book club. Kathy and her religious friends won't even talk to me anymore. Goodness, he is being a regular old... Ooh, spooky. I go unwillingly. I feel like I should have gotten to where I needed to go by now. A fox that has eaten his pups. More like a fox that has been sacrificed and... Oh wait, did Michael just drop a note? Father Garcia, you are hereby instructed to release Michael Davies from your care and return him to his home immediately. Mr. and Mrs. Davies have already been contacted by our office. A representative of the church is currently en route to their home to discuss compensation in return for their discretion. You will meet our representative there and accompany him back to Rome. Cardinal Gifford. Did not remember that Michael drops a... Okay, so that guy who's chasing us is a person named Michael. I'm spoiling things a little bit. The Chaos Rain bit reminds me of Lars von Trier's Antichrist. That might be a reference, honestly. I don't... that's a painting, right? Okay. Did I finally find what I was looking for? Yes, I did. The Martins' house lies about 100 yards off a Snake Meadow Hill road. There is almost no driveway. Trees jut out in the middle of a gravel path that is mostly covered in grass. It was difficult to find the house, especially since it was already dark when we arrived. Father Allred seemed to know where he was going. He simply drove straight ahead until we arrived at the house. In the headlights, I saw an old shed off to the right of the path. Father Allred explained that he would perform the exorcism away from the house, but the Martins had insisted that Amy remain inside. He complained that having the family present makes it difficult to proceed with elements of the rite that may seem harsh to the layperson. A movie by William Dafoe. Oh, okay. And there we go. Whew, got the key. Oh, and then we got... Man, all of the lore stuff is just showing up in my path. I'm like, I'm gonna only get it if it comes to me. And now the game is like, no, you're doing it. The kids and I miss you, Bob. The kids and I miss you more every day. The twins and Amy have started their next school year here at home. Amy keeps asking when she's going to be allowed to go to the real school. I think she's getting cabin fever. The twins are having no problems occupying their time. Yesterday they came in with their hands covered in blood. I guess they found a dead deer and thought it would be a good idea to touch it. I think we might have a coyote problem because when I went out to look with them to look at the dead deer, it was a pretty gruesome sight. All this just a day after the twins' birthday party. Can't wait till you come home. Oh, not a good idea at all. All kinds of parasites and other unpleasantnesses. If you're not careful, a person can get lost in these woods. Oh, there's the well again. Okay, so we're definitely back at the center of the map. And I noticed that Michael's not bothering us anymore. Mr. and Mrs. Martin greeted us at the front porch. Mr. Martin led us downstairs to the basement, explaining that Amy was down there in restraints. I felt for him. There was guilt and shame in his voice. Amy was in the very back of the attic in a chair, perfectly calm, staring at us. It is hard to describe the look on her face. It was not the kind of look a child gives you. Amy and her parents. A dark figure in a road. All right, no, we got a bot. Sorry, you are out of here. See ya. Sparkle Bun did not have that in their system at the moment. Unfortunate. This was a picture drawn by Nate, supposedly. And now that we're in their house, there is no more music. But in this mirror, John's got a reflection that's not his own. Spooky, spooky. Could have sworn, but I guess not. Simon the Devil's Electronic Game. Bob must be stationed somewhere in the Middle East because he sent over this weird looking doll for Amy's birthday. I'll ask Anish about it next time we have book club. She looks like she could be from over there. Amy didn't seem excited to see the doll. I think she would rather have a phone instead. Or maybe seeing a baby doll makes her feel self-conscious about working at the clinic. We're learning a lot about this family. I guess I was the only one who thought to check in the attic. When I got up there, it was freezing cold. I found Amy standing in the back, looking straight at me when I first met her downstairs. We spoke briefly, although it was frustrating to talk to her, or it. I experienced a bit of deception from the demon. During our conversation, she uttered my mother's first name, and in other instances spoke perfect Latin. I called for help from the others, but nobody came. So I raised my crucifix and began the rite again. No, this takes place in around the 80s, so I would presume that she just wanted like one of those bag phones. or a personal landline, yeah. I don't feel safe in my own home anymore. I hear voices outside around the house at night. I don't let the twins go out in the woods to play because I'm afraid of what's out there. The house itself feels stressed, disordered, slanted somehow. It's like I'm walking through a carnival funhouse. Amy's condition has only gotten worse. I can't stand to be around her, and I just don't know why. She just doesn't seem like herself anymore. I want to take her to the doctor, but I can't leave the boys here. I find that the phone stops working throughout the day, and I can't seem to find my car keys. Thank God Bob comes home tomorrow. So, can't go into the attic yet, so now we must descend down. Hey Seth, it's great to see you. Just to give you a heads up, Seth, this is a horror game. Bert's rubber ducky is possessed by the devil. Oh, that'd be a shame. Aww! Thank you for the resubscription, Seth. You are too kind. Too kind. Just all of y'all are too kind. Dear Amy, thanks for writing. It really brightened my day hearing from you. In your letter, you asked what's the weirdest thing I've seen as a missionary. The area we are working in has a lot of folks who practice quimbam, quimbamba. It's what you might call a pagan religion. It's kind of a mix of Catholic and African religions. One of the saints they worship is San La Muerte, or Saint Death. Yesterday we talked to a boy about 15. When he asked him if he ever prayed, he said no, but I have prayed to San La Muerte. He told us about a time when he stayed over at his cousin's house, and according to him, they prayed to some figures of San La Muerte, and the figures made the things in the house move around. He got real quiet and scared looking after that. We told him he could pray to God, and that God wouldn't make him feel scared like that. We invited him to church, but he hasn't come yet. I need to wrap this letter up and get back to work. See you in 4 months. Leighton. Note over here I'll grab for folks. Amy's parents could not endure witnessing the proceedings of the rite for long. Mrs. Martin was hysterical, and the thing that was inside Amy was feeding off of the fear. Father Allred asked me to take the Martins upstairs. I was physically worn out, but managed to get them back up the stairs into the kitchen. Amy was screaming, "Mother, Mother," the whole time. Finally, I got them to sit down with me at the kitchen table. After a few minutes, we couldn't hear much of anything, anything down in the basement, so I went down to check on things. I found Father Aldred lying on his back, unconscious, with his arms spread out wide. Amy was not in the chair. It looks like someone had a slight cut in this room, no problem. It seems we got attacked by something. And here comes the rotoscoping.
She is here.
She is here. And so now we're being hunted by a possessed teenager. Up! I couldn't see the mark because of the carpet. There's Mortis number 1, otherwise known as a teenager. This is where it's going to start us up then.
She is here.
Alright. Second verse. Let's try it again. One Mortis. Put one Mortis on the Mortis counter.
I can see you.
There we go. Oof. Okay, there we go. Didn't give me a chance to repel her further. Alright. Basically, we just gotta ward her off. Haha, get it because his name is John Ward.
I heard a door open upstairs.
There we go. I heard a door upstairs. Molly, the church might contact you in a few days to tell you their version of what happened to me. I want you to hear it from me first. A year ago, I was involved in the exorcism of Amy Martin. What they said in the papers about what happened isn't true. She, my superior, when I confronted her, she managed to cut the power to the house and her own parents with their own. I have to go back to that house. The nightmares I'm having are real. She's still there, waiting for me. I can't help her. If I don't come back, know that I love you and I'm sorry. John. Oh, they were trying to paint the walls here. A slight accident. Red paint is everywhere. Butterfingers. Giving them spinnies.
My God, what happened to you? Do you think my face is pretty? I have to finish what I started. She's my priest.
And so now we have to exorcise the possessed Amy Martin. But there are also lesser demons. Never mind. Now it's time for phase 2. Oh, jeez.
Mortis.
I just done gotten mortised again. Okay, there we go. It's been a while. Oh, that was a close one. Oh, dodge and weave, duck and weave. Float like a butterfly and sting like an exorcist. Alright, now we gotta do that a third time. Don't let her touch you. Don't let her demonic chanting touch you either. Oh, you slippery. Ah, there we go. Whew. She threw herself out the window rather than being exercised. Ah, but what's this? You blame all the rock and roll music? This is the ceremony for opening the... Let no brother or sister utter it. Prepare the... Use the right index finger to draw the signs on the of the floor. Bring an impure vessel to the signs of the... Let a brother or sister drink. At each sign of the... Carve the face of the... The blood that fills the opening is the new... Let 7 be taken from their mothers and lowered into the... Upon the offering of the 7th, the... will emerge from the... This is the second death. Stretch and hydrate? Sure thing. Oh, that made my little VTuber go crazy. And like I said, tonight's drink of choice is tea. Ah, tasty and delicious. Which is the exact same thing I just realized. Yeah, you also kept confusing Faith with Lisa, the video game? That says kill her backwards. And now we have a gun with one bullet. I guess like they kind of came out relatively. I mean, the first chapter of Faith came out around maybe the same time as Lisa, maybe before or after. So I can kind of see where an association might have built up from that. So yeah, I'm gonna get the best ending for all of the chapters. Just confusing the titles, not the game. Oh yeah, like I said, like I figure it's probably just because they came out around the relative same time. like it built like an association, possibly. And we shot Michael, who then proceeds to get flattened by the Airdorf semi-truck.
I will say of the Lord, he is my refuge and my fortress. My God, in him I will trust. I shall not be afraid of the terror in the night, nor the evil that walketh in darkness. Because I have made the Lord my refuge. Because I have set my love upon him, therefore will he deliver me. I shall call upon him and he will answer me. He will be with me in trouble. He will deliver me and honor me. I can't explain what happened at that house. I can only have faith that I did the right thing.
He did the title drop! Ending number 5 of 5, When Faith Endures. And we get a little after game note. Police, animal experts investigate chupacabra remains found near Sterling. Sterling Police Department is enlisting the help of local animal experts from the University of Connecticut after the remains of an unidentified animal were found near Sterling. The remains of an animal, which some residents are calling a chupacabra, were discovered on Snake Meadow Hill Road by a motorist yesterday. The animal had apparently been struck by a vehicle, and parts of its carcass were scattered across the road. Police say they initially investigated the gruesome scene because the motorist who discovered the remains had told them they appeared to be of a person. After arriving on the scene, the police concluded that the remains were of some kind of animal. As a matter of public safety, we want to be sure about what we're dealing with here, said a Sterling police spokesman. This is clearly not a deer or a coyote. If it's a mountain lion or exotic pet that escaped from its owners, or an animal with rabies, we need to know about it. Animal experts attached to the investigation would not speculate about what kind of animal had been found, although they commented that the animal was hairless, anemic, and apparently suffered from the rickets, a vitamin D deficiency that appears in animals and children who have not received enough sunlight. And we immediately jump into the next chapter. Father Garcia, you are hereby instructed to release Michael Davies from your custody and return him to his home immediately. And this is a note that we got already. So now we're playing as Father Garcia. There's 1 day. That's 2 weeks. That's at 3 months. And hey, look! It's Michael!
How are we doing today, Michael? I like to go home. You can't go home until you get better, Michael. Can I see Mommy and Daddy? I need to make you better first. When she let you get on me, she'll kill you. If you find them to be people, you'll laughing forever.
So now we are going to try to exorcise the demon from Michael. Oh yeah, absolutely. And, looks like Michael got, escaped. And he took the photo with him. Uh-oh.
Dios mío, what have you done? I have somebody shall read the wrath of the Almighty.
That little running spread is always hilarious to me. And now it's 2 a.m. And now we're playing as Father Ward again. So that explains how Michael was there in the first chapter. He escaped from Father Garcia and was just causing all sorts of hijinks and such in these woods. Have you forgotten already? The notes people leave behind seem to exist on the edges of memory. Pressing the escape key or the start button is a good way to remember what you don't realize you have forgotten. Uh-oh. That tree has been decked with the halls of a deer. The current investigation being conducted at Gallup Cemetery by the State of Connecticut Historical Society has been postponed until further notice. In the interim, we ask the public to avoid the cemetery grounds, the surrounding woods, any wildlife, and any unidentified persons roaming the area. Thank you for your patience. Uh-oh. We're exploring a cemetery. At 2 a.m. in the morning. Dearest disciple, verily not everyone who says Lucifer, Lucifer shall inherit his kingdom. You must first conjure his demon. You must then serve his demon. You must then walk among the children of men as his demon. Thus you shall receive the blessing of the unspeakable. Return to the same family tomb whenever you are in need of rest. Gary. Enter the spirit house. Three people. And our reflection holds the key. Uh-oh. And the demons have escaped from those three people. And the gates have opened up. Zoink, Scoob! Now we gotta exorcise another demon. The Save Mausoleum. And it's one of three demons down. Losing Grandpa was the hardest thing I ever experienced. We were really close. I cried about it for weeks. Then my stepmom introduced me to some of her friends. They asked me, would you like to see your grandfather again? I missed him so much I was willing to try anything. That night, my stepmom drove me to one of her friends' house. They took me down to the basement. I saw my grandfather in there, only it wasn't actually him. When I tried to run, they closed the basement door and locked me in. I can't remember much else from that night. My stepmom's friends are always coming by the house now. They tell me I have a debt to pay. They say they have work for me to do. Uh-oh. The heads are gone. The statues seem to be pointing in directions as well. That's right, up, left, up, up. Got a little Lost Woods type situation here. Right. Up. And we go left. And then we go up, up. Thank you very much. Real easy, this one. I've been freed. No more overbearing father turned violent alcoholic. No more hiding my bruises and cuts. No more pills and needles. No more getting laughed and kicked around. They'll never laugh at me again. By day my body withers away, but by night my mind explores forbidden worlds of power and knowledge, guided by beings of pure darkness. I have been trusted with secret knowledge of the demon's seal. I have learned the correct conjuring sign, drawing the inverted star along the 5 rocks arranged in 5, first at the top left point and then down. I will lure them into the woods, then I will show them my power. Let's just pop in here. And that's 2 of the 3. Ah, man, I have so many memories of doing this the first time. I was just on eggshells the entire time. Hey! It followed us. Bloody footprints. Time for another boss fight. And there we go. That's the 3rd one down, baby. Nobody was thrilled when I got pregnant, not even a little happy. Even my doctor seemed to be judging me. Each time I'd leave the doctor's office, I'd see this strange woman across the street. All she'd do is stare at me and smile. No words, just a big, warm smile. Somehow, it made those visits a little more bearable. After I lost the baby, I saw her again across the street from the doctor's. Her smile was as big as ever, but somehow not as warm and friendly as I remember. Yesterday I was walking, and I was shocked to see the woman standing in the middle of the path. Now she was pregnant. She beckoned towards me. I followed her off the path into the woods, and that's when I met Gary. Stay away from the tree. I've seen the Evil Dead. Oh, goodness. Right? Uh-oh. Seems our reflection wants to meet us. Oh, that's not pretty. But we're somehow bleeding ourselves, but we did get the key. That's a headache. When you mentioned a tree, I was waiting for that scene to happen, because I just knew it. When I first played through, that scared the hell out of me. I was just like, oh dear God. She guards the door to underground purgatory. I hath not seen her. Children fear her. Confess thy sins. Day one of our paranormal investigation in the old Snake Meadow Hill Church. We've got 3 cameras, a box of tapes, and enough beer and beef jerky to last us a week. On our way in, we asked some locals about the church. It was mostly the stories we had heard before. Evil spirits dragging children into the cornfield and secret tunnels underneath the chapel. But there was this spindly lady game that we hadn't heard yet. Apparently, it has to do with summoning the spirit of a woman who used to take care of the orphans back in the 50s. They even told us an old rhyme. There was even an old rhyme that they told us. Walk the church from room to room, and maybe you will see her. She will move when you do, but never try to trick her. Awesome. We're gonna try the game tonight as soon as we get settled in. Children of the Corn? Oh goodness, yeah. Night 3. We shouldn't have come here. Tape's missing. Lars stuck behind basement door. Henry hasn't come back yet. Can't leave anyway. Those candles are a clue. Good. Yes, absolutely. Step into the confessional.
Pray for me, Father, for I have sinned. What sins have you done to confess? I tried to save a girl from evil, but my fears overcame me. I turned my back on the ministry and broke my vows to God. A year later, the girl reached out to me again, but in the end, I couldn't save her. I left her to die. I am sorry for me and my past sins. Thou hast said will. Here is my penance. Bring the child to me. Perform the act of contrition, and thou shalt have the peace thou seekest. Give thanks to the Lord for his good, for his mercy endures forever.
So that was not necessarily a friendly confessional. Crying Virgin Mary. Night 1. We still haven't found a way into the basement, but we found something just as cool. A secret passage in the old confession booth leading to this hallway. Henry's going into town to buy a crowbar. We'll see if we can't get these boards off of some of these doors. But that's not even the best part. We caught an EVP. We can't hear it on the tape very well, but to us it kind of sounded like laughing. Thank God we bought the nice one. We'll review it on the sound gear once we get back into town. Hey, a familiar stained glass. Night 2. We're gonna be rich. We caught supernatural stuff on camera before, sure. Doors opening on their own, things falling off shelves, but nothing like this. Tonight we were trying the Spindly Lady game again, one of the candles on the floor lit up by itself, as soon as Lars walked into the room. It was nuts, and we got it all on film. We're gonna make a fortune selling this to the TV stations.
Flash is flash.
Ahaha. Ooh, that was a close one. Whew. And there we go. We completed the Spindly Lady game. Watch the candles was our clue. But we did it. Now we're going to go into the basement. Darkness surrounds thee. This is my final memoir, hastily scribbled on a page of the good book. I now descend the staircase knowing full well that she waits for me ahead. Checking my old watch has revealed something quite astonishing. Time doesn't change down here as we know it on the surface. Even now the hands don't move past 2. God's work be done. I have been to where only the faintest lights shine and protect from things unspeakable. God help me, Father Clark, a foolish old man, going mad in this dark prison, ears bleeding from the screams of the demon. So, we're given a bunch of symbols. And a path to walk. As long as we walk the right path... Wait, am I doing it wrong? Okay, there we go. Mother of Demons. And we made it through the church. Oh, jeez. Okay, I got jump scared by those deer again. 3 murdered in latest wave of ritualistic killings. Sterling, Connecticut. The bodies of 3 young people were discovered in the woods outside of Sterling last night in what authorities are calling a ritualistic murder. Sandra Atwood, Angel Nogales, and Troy Ingles are the names of the unfortunate victims who were apparently stabbed multiple times and beheaded before being killed in a paganistic ritual. Pandemonium Regnat. 2 of the victims' bodies were also partially burned, although authorities would not specify who. The bodies were found several miles from Gallup Cemetery, where residents were reported a tomb had been desecrated. They also found trails of blood leading off into the woods. Investigators would not comment on whether or not these 2 incidents could be related. The arrangement of the bodies in a ritualistic pattern, as well as the writing of certain symbols in blood, matches the style of several murders that have occurred in Sterling since 1986. The killings may be connected to last week's brutal slaying of Amy Martin, a 17-year-old girl, by John Ward. Ward had impersonated a priest to gain Amy's trust before luring her into the woods and killing her. Investigators are asking residents to report any suspicious activity to the police. Authorities are urging the people of Sterling to not mourn the loss of Atwood, Nogales, and Ingles because, after all, they were degenerate devil-worshipping thugs who were hooked on crack cocaine and hated their parents. Why even conduct an investigation at all? That's what you would like them to think, wouldn't you, John? They were just 3 pathetic outcasts who got what they deserved. You actually did the community a favor when you found them getting high in that tomb. You stalked them through the graves and killed them one by one. You ignored their cries for help, their pleas for mercy. You put holes in their ruined drug-addict bodies, and then you chopped off their heads because everybody knows that removing the head is the only way to kill a snake. Well, guess what? You didn't kill the snake, John. You cannot kill what cannot be killed. Thou shalt not raise up what thou canst not put down again. Thou could not kill Amy. Not kill Amy. Thou shalt not destroy my works, for they are the works of the eternal dragon. Even now she is at thy door. Her hand is at thy throat, yet you see her not. I will have thy soul, for I am the god of this world. Pandemonium regnat satani vatae pandemonium, and then that just repeats. And an upside-down cross. I'm here, John. Up, and we melted into a little demon critter thing. But no, we're fine. Instead, let's go into the candy tunnel, where death awaits. Free candy! There's an eye symbol. Oh, we got a note. 2 more dead discovered outside Candy Tunnel near Sterling. 2 more bodies have been recovered from the drainage ditch under Snake Meadows Hill Road outside Sterling. The notorious Candy Tunnel, known in the area to be a home to addicts, gangs, runaways, and the indigent, has been the site of several grisly discoveries over the past 3 months. Since May, 5 bodies have been recovered from the drainage ditch leading to the tunnels. Authorities are being pressured by concerned citizens to search the tunnels amid fears of a possible connection to Joe Bauman, aka the Candy Store Killer, who has claimed 8 victims in Connecticut and Rhode Island over the past year. Satin lives. Multiple officers wounded, 1 dead in sewer tunnel shootout. Law enforcement officials are reporting multiple officers down, including 1 deputy who was fatally wounded after an exchange of gunfire in the sewer tunnels near Snake Meadow Hill Road, also known as the Candy Tunnel. Witnesses say they heard the shots approximately 10 minutes after police raided the tunnels, where suspected murderer John Bauman, aka the Candy Store Killer, was alleged to be hiding. At this time, it is not known how many officers have been wounded, although it has been confirmed that 1 officer has been killed. Officials are not saying if Bauman was wounded in the exchange, and efforts are being made to recover the casualties from the tunnels. Ooh. Now we're being directed to read this. When you see it, don't move. It's a demon with hands on its face. Don't move. Alright, it's safe. It's a T-Rex. So now we're going behind the bars. As you can likely tell, there are a number of secrets I have definitely and intentionally missed. Oh dear. I guess we must go this way. Ah, a flashlight. Bones! Hey! It's a demon. Ooh, that one went in my favor. That can actually be kind of a tense fight. Or I say fight. Exorcism. We must go further into the tunnels. He is here. I actually cannot read that. I think it might be backwards. But now we're in an underground temple. They hate the light, is our clue. Just want to make sure they can't get me. And there we go. It still does get spooky once you know where the tension is. Like, for real. That's a secret note that you can get if you do all of the special secrets. There are 3 of them, but I didn't do them. Whew, okay. Hey! It's Father Garcia. Let us go, indeed.
Yes, it's true what happened to Amy. You are no murderer, God. There is not much you could have done. But maybe now her soul is at rest. Let us go.
So it seems like John is carrying a lot of guilt over failing to exorcise the demon from Amy Martin. Because in his confessional, that's what he talked about. And even Father Garcia was like, hey, yo, it's okay. You did what you could. You tried.
I will say of the Lord, He is my refuge and my fortress. My God, in Him I will trust. I shall not be afraid of the terror in the night, nor the evil that walketh in darkness.
Oh, dang. Got me instead.
Morte.
That's the 3rd Mortis. Thank you for choosing a much better spot, Father Garcia.
Because I have made the shall give his angels charge over me. They shall bear me up in their hands, and I shall tread upon the serpent.
Oh, Jesus.
I have set my love upon him, therefore will he deliver me. He will deliver me in trouble. He will deliver me and honor me. Vadepos mitsachana, exodito mine pari. Vadepos mitsachana, exodito mine pari. Vadepos mitsachana, exodito mine pari.
Oh, there we go. Another boss fight. Oh, goodness. Man, it is... Oh, no. Stay away from him. No! It's number 4. Okay. Oh, that's number 5. That's not fair. Oh my goodness. That's number 6. Oh, she killed us both. That's number 7? Oh, just kill me too. You have to keep him alive in order to get the best ending in Chapter 2. Oh, come on. That's number 8 now? Number 9? I've lost count. Oh, that was close. Oh, come on. I thought I had enough.
More.
I'm at 10 now. There we go. Chapter 2 down. It was all a dream. It was all a dream. And the morning breaks. John, I can't do this anymore. I'm sorry. I will always love you back, Molly.
I'm not going in there.
Nope, he's not going in there. But there's a letter right here. John, we don't have much time. The profane Sabbath is almost upon us. If they find Nate and Jason, they will perform a ritual on them to call forth the demon of unspeakable power. The name of the demon is Malthus. I'm in the process of discovering their whereabouts. I will contact you again soon. We must not let them do to the boys what they did to Amy. Father Garcia.
My nightmares are getting worse. Ever since I left that house, I am haunted by visions of demons. I finished my work with Amy, but now the boys are in danger. This time I must not fail. Malthus must be stopped. As the profane Sabbath draws closer, the workers of darkness grow stronger. This will be my greatest test of faith yet. God have mercy on my soul.
So. Ending 1. Go forth with faith. So how about that? And we immediately start chapter 3. The best chapter. September 21st. I don't think y'all can hear this. So they speak very muffled, because if you can't tell by all the gray tones, this is a flashback. Shall we begin? The picture on the fridge is different too. It was drawn by Amy Martin. Not by Nate. And now we're in the attic. But now we're in the basement again. Chapter 3 is the best, I'm not gonna lie. It's just everything that Erdorf learned from the first 2 chapters, but just cranked up to 11. Another nightmare. October 28th, 1987. 3 days until the profane Sabbath. Now we get a whole bunch of kick-ass music. Just everything about Chapter 3 is like everything about Chapters 1 and 2 just improved upon. Like, man, the wait for Chapter 3 was worth it. John, we don't have much time. The profane Sabbath is almost upon us. They find Nate and Jason. They will perform a ritual on them to call forth a demon of unspeakable powers. And we read this in the last one. In the last chapter, at the very end. We've gotten the best ending for Chapter 1 and Chapter 2.
I'm not going in there.
And another letter. John, I can't find Nate or Jason Martin in the state foster care system. It's possible that after what happened last year, they went to live with relatives. I will try to find out what I can. Meanwhile, go investigate the clinic where Amy worked. They must find the place where they intend to summon Malphus and disrupt their plans. Vaya con Dios, Father Garcia. Stretch? Sure thing, Seth. I can do that. And a hydrate, absolutely. Good thing I got this tea. Sometimes Father Ward will say something intelligent. Like, I'm not going into the room that I've boarded up with crosses. Have you forgotten already? Press start or escape to review your notes. Thank you for the redeems, Seth. And now let us begin. I'm going to show a lot of cool stuff in Chapter 3. I'm at like 10 deaths, 10 or 11 deaths at the moment, I believe. It's a family watching music. It's interesting how you can spy on your neighbors in this game. Just by peeking into their rooms. So I'm just gonna show that. Oh, he's watching the same thing. Like a band or something? Like an MTV music video. And yes, we can now leave. I mean, we could have left regardless. But I wanted to show y'all the people. MTV is the devil. Now we're in the city. This ain't no place for you, preacher. There are references in the graffiti all around here. Beazelfest, 1987. Calling all metal fans, Beazelfest 1987 rocks the hell out of Hartford. Friday night at 10 p.m. till 2 a.m. Featuring appearances by When All Is Said and Done, Trust No Corpse, The Horror Is Dead, Basement 2, Return to Bondage, Among the Bloodied, Lying Still in Silence, Mother of Shadow, and The Door to Afterbirth. Advanced sale tickets are $3, admission at door is $5. Remember when concert tickets were that cheap? Goodness gracious. But we're gonna sneak into this clinic where we feel watched. Pre-Ticketmaster, very true. Fax to Rodna Erickson from Gary Miller. Hi Rodna, just a couple of reminders after last week's visit. Please keep your desk tidy. Our patients need to feel at ease with their healthcare experience. Remember our sales points. Clean, quick, courteous. Do not return any calls from the Department of Health before notifying me first or leaving a message with Tiffany. We cannot afford another surprise inspection. Please do not call me on my personal direct line if you happen to hear back. Oh, please do call me on my direct personal line if you happen to hear back from Miss Martin. One more thing. Keep Jeffrey out of sight. Remember, Gary loves you. Haha. Ominous indeed. Note to self. Pills do not dissolve in IV drip well. Too weak. Patients waking up before process is complete. Sooner or later, they will realize they're having the same hallucinations. So suggest concentrated injectable version. Oh, hey, there are photos here. Oh, it's a sonogram of a baby. It's a sonogram of a baby looking kind of weird. That's a sonogram of something very unfortunately bad.
Boards over the door.
And there are boards over the door. I see. I see it.
Someone drop a crowbar here.
Yes. A crowbar. Gordon Freeman. I've been watching a YouTuber called Manly Badass Hero, and every time he picks up a crowbar or something, he just says, Gordon Freeman. And that's like stuck in my brain now. Oh, geez. I knew it was happening and it still made me jump. And now we're in a gurney.
I need to hide.
I'm gonna hide behind this joke right here. If anyone knows the joke, that is a very old joke on the internet. Which is kind of a weird meta appropriateness for what this place is. If you haven't, if the type of clinic this place is hasn't been too on the nose. Oh, that's right. It gets distracted there. So I can wheel myself to safety.
I need to hide.
Not sure what it is. I'm lost. Yep, you got it in one, Guilty. And this is the best place to hide from a demon that's trying to hunt you down in an abortion clinic. Now let's just wheel ourselves up the stairs.
What the hell is going on here? You're coming with me, preacher.
You're coming with me, preacher. So the cop came to our rescue. Probably after hearing, Jeffrey there. Hey, Nova! Nice to see you! Nice to meet you! Mortis, yes, I am playing through, marathon mode on Faith. It's nice to meet you. I'm a VTuber. I typically play, story and narrative-based games and the occasional horror game. I hope it's nice to meet you. I hope that you're having a good evening. I hope that you're doing well.
I'm gonna need your crowbar, preacher.
Gonna need your crowbar.
Jesus Christ, what is that thing?
It's just Jeffrey. You know some of the best horror games? Awesome. What's one of your favorite horror games? White Day. I think I've heard of White Day. Hey, there we go. I haven't played White Day, but I think I've heard of it. That's an RPG. Damn hippies indeed. White Day is an RPG Maker horror game, right? Or am I confusing that with a similar game with a similar title? Maybe like a similar engine? But yeah, we're gonna come back here and we are going to get back on this gurney. Yes. Because I'm going to show y'all all of the boss fights and get the good ending for Chapter 3. So just going to go right back here. And then we're going to just chill out and relax. Hang out with all these bodies. You know, just laying around. The door opens. Can't remember. We go into the door, right? Oh, it probably smells awful. Ah, there we go. Korean survival horror. You have to solve puzzles. It gets harder and harder with every difficulty. Nice. Might not be the game I was thinking of then. Ah. Love when that happens. Ah. Korean survival horror. Was that made by the people who did Dread Out? Because that's what I'm thinking. Did you just have a gurney luge? Yes. We got pushed down the stairs. You don't know? Okay.
I'm looking for twin boys, Ned, Jess, and Martin. Have you seen them? Who's Gary?
Gary,
I'm leaving now.
I'm leaving now. And now, the first boss fight of Chapter 3. It really is a good response. I'm leaving now. There needs to be more Atari games. I would love if there were more horror games like this, honestly. Like, this was such a good game. Oh, goodness. What engine is this game in? I believe it's made in Game Maker. I believe, Airdorf used Game Maker. This is a rather easy boss fight. Just like that. That was the easiest of the 3 bosses. Smooth moves, priest, but the twins are not here. Carry out the works of your god while it is yet day, for the night cometh. Remember, Gary loves you. Honestly, I completely agree with that, Nova. There needs to be more, like, horror games in this style. I know that Airdorf has talked about on Twitter making a sequel, but if he, like, he's said, like, he would experiment with, like, PlayStation 1 style graphics, which is really cool, too. I would be interested to see that as well. But yeah, we've beaten the boss of the first part. Unfortunately, the cop has been murdered by those damn hippies. And there's more references up there to some other popular horror games and Undertale. Let's get in the car and get the hell out of here. Trust me, I know it doesn't sound like the music is ramped up yet, but the music is going to start ramping up. Ooh, very nice. And now we're back to the flashback. The Exorcism of Amy Martin. Oh, okay. They're automatically following me. I thought there was dialogue for a moment. I'd forgotten that there wasn't. I do wish this segment had better audio. I know it's muffled for a reason. Take it and save her. And that's where John got his cross from. The Nintendo eShop is closing down on the 27th this month? For, not the Switch, but, I think the 3DS and October 27th, 1987. 2 days until the Profane Sabbath. For the Wii U and 3DS, that's right. Yep, Nintendo is closing it down. Which is really sucky. It really sucks that Nintendo's doing that.
I'm not going in there.
Alright, John, I didn't mean to make you get close to the door that you don't want to go to. Hey, we got 3 letters. John, for now this is the only way I can contact you. I think they're watching me. I need you to come over as soon as you can. The situation has gotten much worse. My address is at 665 Orange Street, apartment 5A, New Haven, Connecticut. Thank you, Lisa. If for some reason I don't answer the door, get the spare key from my friend Tiffany. Nintendo made the excuse of, like, they don't want to pay for supporting the service for old, like, non-supported hardware anymore. And it's just kind of really scummy, kind of like, if that was the case, they should just move all of the stuff that they're selling on those shops to the Switch. Just move the service over to the new platform, and, like, if you have certain things in your account, then just reactivate those things on the new device. But Nintendo is kind of anti-consumer on this front. John, there's an apartment building in New Haven where there may be attempting to summon Malthus. I'm not able to go there myself. It's up to you to stop their rituals. Vaya con Dios, Father Garcia. Oh yeah, for sure. John, I don't know if you're getting my letters or not, but I hope you'll be here soon. I really need your help. They're in the apartment. I see them all the time now. I can hear them in the darkness. I haven't slept in days. When you get here, just come straight to my place. Tiffany can't be trusted. Don't talk to my neighbors either. They won't let me leave. Lisa. It's how the ramen emulation works on the Switch. I mean, I've heard that before, but I really think that it would be really easy to adapt the stuff to the platform. Like that. They say that about every platform that they release. Hey, they're watching wrestling. about the other house? Oh, stupid tree. Kids watching wrestling too. Everyone's just watching the same stuff. Wrestling is its own thing. It's not quite as good as MTV in the 80s. But now we're going to part 2 of chapter 3. Among the Damned. Now she said just to go to 5A immediately, but there's a letter right here. Hello, Mr. Ward. I'm sorry to have worried you. I'm perfectly fine. I have not been feeling like myself lately. However, I am much better now. Please do not trouble yourself with coming to visit. I've decided to take an extended vacation in the country, so you will not find me at home. Sincerely, Lisa Pearson.
I should get my other notes from Lisa.
Basically saying, yeah, that doesn't sound kosher. Okay, so we're going to do 5A. I love this jam in the elevator. Remember the... Oh yeah, I know about the elevator game. If you like playing games, the first floor is a great place to start over. However, to play the game, you must know the rules. Beware if you have a susceptible soul. You might get pulled in. So before we do the elevator game, I'm gonna just find out there. Alright. So, it's definitely locked. And originally she said that she had given a key to her friend Tiffany. So let's go back to the first floor. I'm tempted to start the elevator game already. But let's find out. Lisa Pearson is at 5A. 3B might be Tiffany. Or 8A might be Tiffany. Or wait, was it 5B? No. Okay, so I'm going to start up a thing that you have to do called the elevator game. And in order to do that, you have to first knock on the door. So you have to go to the 7th floor, but the game won't let you until that spooky friend shows up. So now we are officially playing the elevator game. So now we're constantly going to be harassed by that asshole. Oh, God. And he is insidious. Two A's open. Every initiated follower knows that in order to bring about the second death, one must sacrifice the seven by passing them through the carved out of the impure vessel's face. Then shall the unspeakable reward with the second death. Such is the fate of that whore Amy. My beloved Gary has set his sights far too low. I will surpass her. Got a little dagger here. Can we not cleanse the dagger yet? Okay, no, we can't. We gotta understand that we need to cleanse the dagger then. Oh, our elevator friend is not... Oh, there he is. Come on. Alright. Get out of my sight. Hey, a key. So let's make our way back up to the 5th floor. Oh, hey, it's Amy. Oh, no, Amy doesn't want to talk to us through the television. Very spooky. Atmosphere. Admittedly, with the elevator demon, I still get nervous. He's really fast. Thankfully, he's not pulled any of his tricks except for that one time. Alright, there we go. And there we go. The knife and the masks. Another key. If you wish to break the seal of Alu, your answer lies in the blood-stained knife and the face hiding in the deep dark. But only those who have ascended to the highest point can descend to the lowest depths. Remember, Gary loves you. Just remember, Gary loves you. Oh, come on, I got caught on the stairs. How embarrassing. Oh, we've got an elevator friend waiting for us. Elevator friend by Timmy. That's one note that we need of 2 before we can complete the elevator game. So I finally have my own place in the city. No more annoying roommates. I have a whole apartment all to myself. The building's nice. It seems new. Neighbors are kind of weird though. They're always coming around bringing food and stuff. It's actually making me a little sick. Another thing is the mirrors. They're everywhere in the halls. It's nice because I can look around corners, which makes me feel safe, but it's still weird. I don't exactly know how to describe it, but when I look at myself in those mirrors, I feel like it's not me in the reflection. Of course, when I came home from work today, the elevator didn't work, so I had to take the weird one-way stairs all the way up to the 6th floor. Then I noticed all the mirrors were shattered. Oh, and this is where we learn that there is no seventh floor. And then curious people, of course. Oh, elevator friend decided to stop by for a visit. Very nice. Oh, jeez. That was a close one. Okay. To the 8th floor. Hey, he's waiting for us again. Come on, buddy. Come on, bud. Hey, 8A is open. Wrong one. Our sister Tiffany has gone against the will of the unspeakable. I thought I could trust her, but I was wrong. Proceed with the original plan. The woman in 5A will be our vessel. Let her pious friend come to rescue her. The unspeakable shall crush them both. Whoa! I didn't know that the elevator friend could attack us in an apartment room. That was the first time that's happened. To me, at least. Time to play the elevator game. So, now we have all of the stuff that we need to play the elevator game. But I'm not going to do it... I mean, the second part of the elevator game. Rather, I should clarify. I actually want to... Those who keep knocking on forbidden doors will be visited by the one who guards them. Basically saying, hey, this is how you start the elevator game. There is a 7th floor. Alright, let's proceed upwards. Upwards and onwards. And over through the woods we go. So I'm basically going the wrong way so I can get all of the notes. Well, I'm not going to get all of the notes, but most of the story-based notes. Williams Family Newsletter, October 1987. If you're reading this, it means you've been invited to the Williams Family Annual Halloween Block Party. It will be held on Halloween starting at 5 p.m. in Apartment 9B. Activities will start promptly, so please do not be late. If you plan on bringing a +1, please let me know in advance. Only friends and family, aka those who receive this newsletter, are invited. Also, just a reminder that this is a family-friendly event, so please leave all overly scary costumes and masks at home. Timmy is still traumatized after last year's incident. Also, I respectfully ask that you keep alcohol and cigarettes out of the apartment. Also, we do not want a repeat of last year with the power going out, so please, bring treats but no tricks. And just another friendly reminder that anti-religious or satanic imagery will not be allowed in the apartment. Also, please be aware that Timmy's diet and food allergies, and please be aware that he suffers from asthma, so please do not sneak up on him or try to scare him again. He still has trouble after what happened last year. You will also notice he has a new imaginary friend. When you see him, please just roll with it. Timmy's therapist says it's healthy for him to have such a coping mechanism. See you all at the party. Can't wait for y'all to meet Mr. Miller, who has taken to Timmy so well and has become like part of the family. Debbie. Mr. Miller? Almost like a Gary Miller. It's actually Gary Miller. It's Gary. Remember, Gary loves you. So here we are at the top floor. We've got a message waiting for us. Sacrifice what you cling to. Basement dumbwaiter. How to use. Pull up on the handle to open hatch. Place item or being to be sacrificed inside the container. Pull down on the handle to close hatch. Press button to send dumbwaiter to basement. Light will blink red if done successfully. Please make sure your sacrifice does not jostle around inside the container. Do not open hatch once dumbwaiter has reached the basement. I do not have enough earplugs and I am tired of people losing them. Please wait for the green light to come on before using. So we got a little television camera, security camera. And we have to give up our cross.
So be it.
So be it. And now there are more candles. And we have to take the elevator. Let's just go to the first floor. Oh no, the elevator! It's out of action. Oh goodness. Gary lied to us. When you see it, run. Run, coward. I saw it.
Ha, it's a camera.
Huh, it's a camera. And here's where a lot of people get scared. Because now, the power is out. The candles are out. And our only source of light is a camera flash. Hey, Codapil! It's great to see you! How's it going? We're playing Faith! I hope that you're having a good night. Oh, that's new. I hadn't been taken to the apartment before. Okay, so now let's just make our way through and not attract the attention of those demon-y cultists, let's call them. Sounds like there was a real party in this room, or looks like it, not sounds like it. Oh man, this is one of my favorite horror games. I decided that I was going to start trying to play spooky games Sunday nights, and I decided that I was going to marathon mode Faith, all 3 chapters in one sitting. And here we are, Chapter 3, Part 2. I've really loved this game. This is how you create such a good, scary horror game, and you don't have to like do fancy graphics or none of that. Oh. I was misled. I don't need to be in here. But I did get caught on... Oh, wait, what? Oh, the passageway. That's right. I got hung up on the dagger that I didn't exercise yet. Oh, it's our T-Rex demon friend. He's just shy. And now we're gonna run like hell. Let's get the hell out of here. Ooh, the tension in that is so good. I'm not gonna lie. Again, my heart is a little tense and poundy from this. Be careful, this is a very scary game. Thankfully, I have gotten through it multiple times before. So, I should be safe. I know all of the propositions. I'm a good boy. Hey, we reached the save point as well. So now we don't have to navigate through the giant maze of darkness. And now we gotta cross and it saves again. Here's a note. My beloved Gary, alas, the mask is already stained with blood, my blood. The ritual is complete. You will not find me on this mortal plane, for I am beyond. Look for me in the unseen world, if you dare. Tiffin. That's one down. Now time to go back and get that dagger. Oh no, wait. It's our little friend. He knows our secret. He wants to put out our eyes, too.
You can't hide anymore.
Oh no, we can't hide anymore.
Betrayer.
Oh, he's calling us betrayer.
She's always with you.
Ooh, he tried to do some sneaky stuff.
You are
Oh, ooh, that was close. He was one candlestick away. He's gone now. Sound design is really good. And we still haven't even gotten to the jams yet. We will, though. That got me again. That is not a game over. That is just a sign. Just a little spirit possession between friends. Or I should say demon possession between friends, rather. Okay. So now we want Did that legit scare you, Coda? I will admit, I did jump because, again, the jump scares in this game are just so effective. They really, really are. No, not 3A. Was it 3A? Was it 4A? Either way, there's stuff in here that I need to show people for story purposes. So we're just gonna go back through this tunnel. Cleanse that demonic altar. Brothers and sisters, praise the unspeakable. We have been graced with the presence of another great demon. Elu is here. I do not understand his motive, but he has put his seal over the vessel's door. This may be Tiffany's doing, but it may also be a test of our faith. Do not cease to pray. Swallow your pills. You may have twice as many as normal. Seal yourselves in with bricks and mortar. And if that so-called priest shows up, take him and eviscerate over the altar, preferably still alive. Remember, Gary loves you. You just wasn't expecting it? A jump scare that earned it? Oh man, every jump scare in this game earns it, like, for real. And just remember, priest cop. Okay, so I guess I have to go to 40. Or was it on the second level? There's another note that I want to grab. I don't remember which floor it is. I could have sworn it was 3, but I could be wrong. Ah, here we go. I'm gonna grab the note before I cleanse the dagger. And after I cleanse that dagger, we're gonna play the final part of the elevator game. And I hope folks are excited for that. But this is what I wanted to cleanse. Brothers and sisters, this month we will be host to a very special visitor. It is here to help prepare the way for the coming of the unspeakable. Of course, due to its special nature, it has full access to the entire building, including your apartments, bedrooms, etc. If you are lucky enough to see it, you would do well to not approach or speak to it. Find a dark or dimly lit area, and try to stay out of its way. One of you will be blessed to find it has made its home in your dwelling. Do not go down into the hole it will make, no matter whose voice you hear down there. If you believe one of your fellow brothers or sisters is inside, please notify me and I will retrieve their remains in a timely manner. Also, just a reminder that rent and utilities are due by Friday. Love, Gary. So these cultists still have to pay rent and utilities. I find that really, really hilarious. That's just such a good twist of the knife. Ah, get it? Twist of the knife. I'm cleansing the dagger. And there we go. Now, it's time to play the last part of the elevator game. Now, we got 2 notes, and at the bottom right of them were a whole bunch of numbers. And so those numbers are the second half of the elevator game. And we couldn't do this until we did this. Or until we got the information. So start at the first floor. Go to the first floor. And go to the 4th floor. And then go to the 2nd floor. Then go to the 6th floor. And then we're going to go back to the 2nd floor. Alright, now we're going to go all the way to the tippy top at the 10th floor. While we just listen to this cool, like, save room style elevator jam. Then we're going to The 5th floor. And that lady just came in. Don't interact with the lady. When I first did this, I thought, maybe I should interact with her. The truth is, do not interact with the old lady. And we go back to 1. And now, we're going straight to... No! No, 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 no! I just ruined it. I just ruined it. I just ruined it because it wouldn't let me back out. That stupid old lady. Oh, it took me to the thing anyway. Thank goodness. The old lady, where are you going? Yeah, anywhere away from you. It's a really good jump scare, should you decide to go and engage with her. But you will die. We look out the window and we see a cross in the sky, burning red. There's Timmy with the elevator friend. But this is where we're meant to go. Wait, what? Am I not allowed to do the elevator sequence until later? Okay. That's kind of a bummer. Don't tell me I have to do that entire sequence again. So, okay, I have to beat the first boss before I can beat the bonus boss. Good to know.
Lisa, thank God you're alright. Good, what are you so good? It's so dark, I can't see for light anymore. I got here as fast as I could.
As fast as I could.
I'm not Lisa.
And so, Lisa's been possessed. And this is the fight. Cast the demons out of Lisa. Try to find the right effigy that the demon is hiding behind. And don't let the demon touch you either. Because if the demon touches you instead, you get possessed. Fun for the whole family. I'll try not to. I'm doing remarkably really well. Hey, I did it.
need a place to stay? I'll be fine. I'll get away.
And we happen to save someone. I sense another demonic seal is broken. Somewhere beyond. Okay, so yeah. Do I have to play the whole elevator game again, or can I just go to the 7th? Ah, screw you. Alright, let's do this. Once more, with feeling. Elevator game. Part 3, gone wrong? Alright. Start at the first floor. Go to the 4th floor. Go to the 2nd floor. Then go to the 6th floor. Once more, with feeling. At least we can still jam to the elevator save room music. I call it the safe room music because it really does sound like music that would play in an old NES, Super Nintendo type of game where you're in a safe place where you can save. That's the exact feeling that it gives me. Go back to floor 2. Then we go to floor 10. And then, let's go to floor 5. I don't think we have to worry about being accosted by the old lady this time. I think we managed to successfully evade her, and so that worked out in our favor. And then from 5, we go to 1. And it takes us to floor 10? Sorry, I'm being overly obnoxious. This room hasn't changed yet. So now we are going to go for a fight. The secret boss of part 2 of chapter 3. And we get a little save point. Very nice.
My God, Amy, is that you? Who's Gary? You did this to yourself?
And now we get some kick-ass boss music. Really industrial stuff. Oh yeah, this is where the soundtrack gets like really, really like intense now. Is with this boss fight and every boss fight following it. Well, there's not many boss fights after it, but there are still some. But yeah, super industrial. And it's a jam, it really is. It like really feels like you're fighting like a demon. Ah, he's teleporting a lot. Or she is, rather. I can't stretch right now. I'll do those if I lose or win. Oh my gosh. Oh no! Okay. That's Mortis number 12, I'm assuming. 12 death. No, not at all. It's just the closer you get to the end of the fight, the more fast this demon becomes. And the teleport spam is crazy. Oh my goodness! Vader Kid! Thank you for the raid! It's so great to see you! How's it going? Nice to bring your stream along. How do you do, everyone? I'm Serge Skunk. I'm a VTuber. I stream a lot of story and story-based games, and I play the occasional horror game as well. Oh my goodness! Thank you for the shout-out, Coda. Thank you so much. It's nice to meet you all. I hope that y'all had a good stream. What were y'all playing? Were you streaming Faith as well? Is that what I see? No. Okay, I got caught in the door. You just got done with Faith Chapter 2? Okay, this is Faith Chapter 3, so there are spoilers for certain if you want to avoid those. I am fighting the second secret boss at the moment. Oh my goodness, the teleporting is crazy. Stop it. Go. No! Ah! Again. That's death number 3. Or 13. You did want to swing by and support another Faith player? That is awesome. This is a special stream where I was doing... I am, rather, doing the marathon mode of all of the chapters in one go. It's so great to have you bring your community by. I hope everything's going well. Again, thank you for giving Vader Boy the shout-out, Coda. Super kind, super sweet. Oh, dang it. There we go, number 14. Also, it should go without saying, but I am a VTuber. Oh, 15. Okay. You're absolutely welcome. Shoutouts are free. I'm on 15 deaths so far. Definitely. I hope that you've been enjoying Faith, Vader Kid. It's one of my favorite new old school horror games. And how did you like chapters 1 and 2? How did those go for you? Tell me about it. While I proceed to try and not get murdered by this demon. Okay. You liked Chapter 2 better than 1? Chapter 2 was way more intense? It certainly is. And when you get to Chapter 3, it gets even more intense, even without the secret bosses. As you can likely tell from this industrial music sounding fight. Oh, come off it. Come off it. You're gonna do one more night of playing it? Awesome. Oh. Whew. Take that, Tiffany. Oh, goodness. 15 deaths so far. Ah. Ooh. Thought you could get me. It only died 4 or 5 times to you. Well done, priest. You wasted another day aiding a worthless soul, and you got rid of Tiffany for me. Are you sure you know whose side you're on? We'll find out soon enough. Remember, Gary loves you. Oh, goodness. Goodness. That is such an intense fight. It's not, it's, there's more, but just that one is so intense. Oh, it's not gonna let me go to the other one. Damnatio Memore. It's a hole, John. Do you want to stick your hand in it? So now we gotta go down the hole. Ah, and now we're back on the 7th floor. We had to banish the demon in order to have access to the normal 7th floor. Oh no! A horrible ritualistic altar with a young body. He promised me so much. I just want to see my little boy again. The replacement is almost fully formed. Just a few more bodies. And that's the story of what happened to Timmy. He died, and they created a weird amalgamation thing. Alright. That's everything here at the apartments. You may dip out earlier for post stream. Absolutely, that is completely understandable and 100% fair. You did just raid in and you did just stream yourself, so that is more than fine. Definitely get some water, hydrate, stretch, do all of that post stream stuff. If you want to lurk, I always appreciate it, but it's never you never have to do it. But still, it's always nice to meet folks and have people come in. It was great to see you. Thank you again for raiding in. Definitely, again, avoid some spoilers is definitely always a good thing. But I hope that you have a great night. For sure. Aw, Seth! Thank you for the gift bomb, Seth. You are just too kind. Goodness. It was great meeting you too, Vader. It was really, really nice. You're just too kind, Seth. I think that was a lot of people that have stopped by recently. Rose and Apterus and Carmine and Nova and Coda. Hey, Rose is here! It's great to see you, Rose. I'm glad that you could make it. I hope that you're having a good evening. And it's flashback time. Oh, there's a spooky Miss Martin. And now she's gone. I hope that you're doing well, Rose. I hope everything's going great. Always, always love to see people.
Mr. and Mrs. Martin? Hello?
Hello? Oh, Coda. Thank you for the cheer. Oh my goodness. Thank you for the bits. Sorry for leaving the other day. Oh, no, you never have to apologize for anything like that. I understand that people, life happens. People get sick or people get distracted or busy. That's completely fine. And it passed through the kiddos and it finally caught up to. I do hope that you're resting well. I hope that you have medicine or good food for the stomach things. I know with like a stomach bug, it can be kind of hard to keep down food, but I hope that. Hello. Sorry, but I hope that you will feel better, like for sure. I don't remember anything further. So he never actually went into the other child's room.
Amy, are you in here?
Are you in here? You're on Zofran and sipping bone broth. The good news is the bug only seems to last a few days, so you're mostly through it. That is good. Very, very good. So glad to hear that. I've never actually had bone broth before. I do know that it's pretty good, but I've never had it myself.
You're here at rest. Please.
You're here.
Amy, let's go back to the basement. You're Yuri. Let's go. You need to get better. What about Meredith? Did she get better? You shouldn't save her. Could you? That's enough. She's here with me. You know. We are doing this here and now. All by yourself. Go ahead. Please, you're able to stick at me.
Okay, I was just letting the cutscene play out. What about bone marrow? Someone made a. Oh, what about bone marrow? I've not had bone marrow either. I typically don't chew on bones whenever I eat things with bones. I have a hard time chewing on bones, so I've never actually gotten to try bone marrow. But it's basically just a richer broth. Ever had tonkatsu ramen? I don't think I've actually had tonkatsu ramen, but I had an instant ramen thing that that had, I think it was described as a type of tonkatsu, but I don't think that counts because it was like pre like the noodles were already in there and it was just like a powder and some like dried smoked fish flakes. I think it was like a smoked fish type of ramen with like maybe a pork flavoring to it. It's been a long time since I had it, but that's a new goal when I get back to work is to get Serge some real tonkatsu ramen. Oh, that's the thing that there is a Japanese restaurant where I live that might serve tonkatsu ramen. I don't think they serve tonkatsu. I'll have to look at the menu again next time I go there. But they have bonito flakes. Um, yeah, it was Tanku Bonito or something like that. That's what the instant ramen that I had. Um, it was like Tonku Bonito. Man, I might be just mispronouncing it awfully. I hope I'm not. But like, it was definitely something like that.
Dr. Ulrich, Mr. Martin. You're ready, Daddy. Please.
I did not realize I could pause cutscenes. October 30th, 1987. One day until the profane Sabbath. And only one letter. John, I'm getting reports of children exhibiting strange behavior at the daycare center on 4th Street. If Nate and Jason are there, then you can bet that's the place where they will try to summon Malphas. There's no time left. Go to the daycare and find out what's really going on. Fear not. Vaya con Dios, Father Garcia. There's actually some hidden things by pausing, at least in the first chapter. If you pause it when I have the... That's Michael. It'll play a special cutscene not seen anywhere else. I think I knew that, but I'm not sure. That might be new to me. Because I know you get one cutscene when he first appears and you die to him. Like, that's a unique cutscene, and that only plays once, I think. Uh-oh. The families are now watching subliminal programming, which I think is a reference to Halloween 3. I think there's even a Silver Shamrock reference in these TV flickers. Hey, it's Amy! I just saw Amy on the television. It's Amy! I get very easily amused sometimes. Same for the kid. Oh, Gary loves you. He's watching the same subliminal messaging. Up, spooky skeleton. Oh yeah. This is... Hey, it's Riggy! It's nice to see you, Riggy! Okay, hold on. I am now free. You got all of the Mario and the Luigi games, Nova. Nice. Before the eShop closed. Let's give a shout out to the one and only Riggy2K3. They were playing Paper Mario. Very nice. Very nice. Oh man, you know Faith is great. Faith is just so good. But of course, everyone, this is Riggy2K3. He is the dev of the RPG Maker smash hit Deluge, which you can buy on Steam. I recommend it. It's a really, really good game made in RPG Maker 2K3. And, again, I don't mean to brag, but I did get to playtest it. But Riggy here, does this program thing for Twitch and YouTube called RPG Maker Grab Bag. Are you gonna go for all endings? Also, bet you're gonna check Deluge out? Yes! Look at that, Riggy! Look at that. I knew it. I knew Rose was someone cool. We were talking about RPG Maker games when they were last here when I was playing Weird and Unfortunate Things. If checking Deluge out, that's great. What genre is Deluge? Deluge is a horror adventure RPG game that I would describe. It's not really scary. It's got some tense, atmospheric environments. It's so good. Am I gonna go for all endings? No, I'm only going for what is theoretically the best ending. I think those are Steam codes. I think that's a Steam code. You bet you. I think Ricky just dropped a Steam code. Ricky, did you just do that? Oh my gosh. Well, hopefully someone nabs that quick. It should work. So there's a whole bunch of police outside this daycare. We're gonna have to sneak our way in. I mean, yeah, honestly, it's just $2. But Riggy, you're being so kind and generous. Is this your first time playing Part 3? No, Riggy! Riggy! This is my third time playing Part 3. or Chapter 3. I was like, oh! A riddle, priest. How do you make a portal to hell? Come see me and I'll show you. The tunnels await. I've been. Age 6. Yeah, you were there in the conversation in the voice chat. I was like, Ricky! I think Rose got it before you did, Nova. Mother Moon watcheth her little ones behind a door of sleep. Daughter Chalice is filled an offering to the Master in the unseen world. Spirit bird arriveth afar and cometh back to roost. These vessels are the unholy trinity. The fallen star shall guide them. What colors can you see? Look to the children if you are lost. Oh, shoot. And I ain't gonna lie, this game left me with so many questions, but I think I'll have some answers, at least some fan theories. I'll save them for when we're done. I love fan theories with stuff when it's done. When it comes to stuff like this, ooh, I'm just stuttering all over the place. Either way, I gotta write down some notes here because I'm going to forget them if I don't. Okay, so Red Star. Chapter 3 is so killer. Riggy, you are just too generous, honestly. Yellow Sun. It's free! I mean, still, $2 is not a lot. You deserve $2. You deserve more than $2. Just the small details, like how his crossfades from silver, from gold to silver to bronze across the games, to show his deteriorating faith. Yes, I hadn't called attention to that because kind of wanted people to intuit that, but that is absolutely true. My Dream by Kaylee. That's a very bad dream. Hey, it's Uncle Earl from Erdorf's other game. Oh no, it's okay. Purple Chalice. I can't be spoiled on this. So I'm okay. Our family. Orange Moon. Hey! Easter egg for, oh, what's this new blood game? Oh, it's not Unkillable. It's Ultra Kill. It's Ultra Kill. That's the main character of Ultra Chill. That's my game. Ultra Chill. Thanks, Satin. I want to know what this thing is. And a bluebird. Alright, I got my notes written down. The tension in this kindergarten, you can cut through it with a knife because of that soundtrack. Okay, so we gotta change the color of the symbols. We do that by blessing them. Orange Moon, Purple Chalice, Red Star, and Blue Bird. This is where it lives. They're after me unholy charms. Oh, that doesn't sound good. That's not good either. So, okay. I am going to have to give a tiny bit of a content warning because while there have been some graphic stuff, it's been a little bit more bearable. But in this section, there's going to be... The graphic content is going to go up a few notches. So there's going to be some genuine horror content. So, I say genuine horror content. This game is genuine. What am I saying? It's just going to be a bit more intense. So I want to make sure that people are going to be prepared for that. Like, there's going to be some nightmarish imagery. If you are reading this, then congratulations! You are on your way to experiencing the wonders of our unspeakable future under the guidance of Gary. Gary, our brother. Gary, our friend. Gary, a normal human being, just like you and me. As a Tier 1 Alkalite, you are just beginning your unspeakable journey to eventually see what Gary sees, and prove yourself worthy to be a vessel fit to experience the second death, reserved for only the most worthy. To find out if you're a vessel, remember to attend meetings of the Eternal Order of the Second Death twice a week. Follow Gary's instructions exactly. Be honest with him in all that you do. Do not ever ask what is behind the door in the basement of the clinic. Violence and gore content warning from here until basically the end of the game? Yes. Absolutely. That is the best way to sum that up. I'm like, it's gonna get more graphic! She consumed 6 little twigs. Only 2 were left to walk his husk. Go ahead, priest. Stare into the eyes of my mother. Whenever I hear Tier 1 Alkalite, all I can think of is, Gary's not gonna fuck you just because you're a Tier 3 dude! Someone needed to tell that to Tiffany. So now we have to play a staring contest with this picture. If I wanted to be really cheeky, I would turn off the blink function of my VTuber. It's not blinking at all, actually. Did I somehow turn it off automatically? It should be doing automatic blinking. Don't look at my portrait! Gaze upon the magnificence of La Pieta Colorada. This beautiful statue depicts a faithful member of the order receiving the second death in the loving embrace of Et Mata. I think that's my mother in Latin. Two such statues were commissioned thanks to the generous patronage of the saved family. We invite everyone to reverently approach the statue whenever they are in need of rest. There are save points now. If you are reading this, congratulations! You have officially been granted Tier 2 status in the Eternal Order of the Second Death. Upon crossing the threshold from Tier 1 to Tier 2, your life as an acolyte will change dramatically. You may start noticing shadowy figures in the corners of rooms, or experience feelings of lost time when holding sharp objects. Ancient symbols written in blood will materialize on the floor and walls of your home. Animals will no longer trust you. You may emit a foul odor that will cause your former loved ones to avoid you. These are just a few of the marvelous blessings that await you in this new stage of life. If you remain loyal to Gary, your journey towards becoming a vessel for the second death will progress to new levels of knowledge and power. Remember, if you neglect your weekly meetings or do not pay your tithes to the order, your fingers will be forcibly bent backwards. Gary loves you! I know it's probably not, but I always feel like that moment is a closet reference to Eve. Now, I have played Eve, but I have not played the remake. And I plan to stream the remake, but I don't recall that being a reference to Eve. But I could just be misremembering. Gary loves you. I like how these guys are like, Gary loves you. Now here's something I've never been able to figure out in the 3 times that I've played this chapter. These give you hints as to what does what in the next room. And it doesn't really tell you what the result that you're looking for is. It just tells you what certain things do. And so there are three statues here, and when you bless them, they activate or deactivate. And the chairs change. And I don't know if there is genuinely a way to solve this puzzle. Because, as you will soon see, that's not going to be a problem. And it just changes the arrangement of the chairs. Without an idea of where the endpoint is supposed to be, I don't know if this is in fact a solvable puzzle. So, remember that content warning? this is where it plays a big factor into that. So if you are subject to sensitive imagery and gore and stuff, definitely might want to avert your eyes for this. Now you are ready. And we're back in the flashback zone. So the solution mentions 5 chairs in the north facing west, and 5 chairs in the south facing east. Well, the switches switch the chairs in mass, not individually. So no matter what combination you input, there'll always be 6 facing west or 4 facing west. Never 5. Okay, so there is no intended solution because they're like the game is literally saying like this is how it's supposed to be. But that's the thing is I thought it didn't actually say that. I thought it basically described it. I guess I never really paid attention the first 2 times because of the fact that after a certain number of times you pass back and forth, you get garried. I'm gonna call that a verb now. You get garried. But yeah, I did not know that one of them actually told you how it's supposed to be. I thought that was just how it changed it. Getting garried is the RPG Maker horror equivalent to getting Norded from Kingdom Hearts. Goodness. Well, we made it to the other side of the gate. But, that probably changed us in some fashion. Because now there are a lot of dead bodies. I think being Norded might be worse than getting garried. Thinking over it. Because at least with getting garried, you know what just happened. As with Kingdom Hearts, I'm not sure if anyone knows what anything is really going on. Save point. And a third note. Filthy acolyte. The substance of Gary's influence flows through your veins. You are corrupted beyond repair. Your family and friends have forsaken you. There is no returning from the path you have chosen. Only Gary can save you now. Give up and fully let him into your heart and mind. If you do so, he will make you into a vessel worthy of the unspeakable. Resist and your soul will be lost forever. Welcome to Tier 3. Gary loves you. Yeah, but I don't remember any Norded people, turning into Gibbs. Fair point. You can recover from being Norded. That is true. Let's look at that painting. That was a good painting. I enjoyed that painting. Oh, no! Oh, that's right. We can escape from that. One of my favorite things about these enemies right here is I think that they are an Easter egg and reference to another horror game dev referred to as Black Eyed Priest, uh, who is now Ben Jordan, aka Black Eyed Priest, who made the horror games Bloodwash, Night at the Gates of Hell, Tonight It Follows, Ski Freak, The Summoning. Um, like they had a very similar pixelated art style that was very intense, and I enjoyed it. And those enemies look like these enemies, I should say, look like a particular enemy from Tonight It Follows. Let's play Red Light, Green Light. Oh shit! Oh goodness. Whew. What game are you referring to, Seth? Oh, Red Light, Green Light. Yeah, that is definitely a childhood game. I played that too. Hey, the painting changed. I'm just gonna pop a save. Another painting. Aw, didn't look too bad. Trying to remember what the trick to this was. Code to estis fuminis ital. And again, I can't do an instant translation of Latin. Code siminis itris tu. The only thing we can do is keep going forward. Now those are some really scary enemies. For real. They're some of the most horrifically designed enemies. Hey, she changed. I'm just gonna grab another save. Uh-oh. She's not doing too hot anymore. Ah, and here we go. This is the third secret boss. So we just gotta take care of this guy. Relatively easy unless he grabs you. At which point, then it becomes a challenge. Thankfully, you're always just a little bit faster than he is. And he's just not that strong. Okay, there we go. That's all secret bosses taken care of. We are locked in for the best ending. Well, we're not locked in, but we've secured good versions of two different endings. Because we managed to save Lisa and Father Garcia in our dream. Now this is... I don't like this one because I always have the hardest time. I was just going through the notes for this game to refresh my sync, and I think the Beazelfest poster on day 1 gives you hints on how to find day 1's bonus boss? Really? I always have such the hardest time with this fight. Okay, it worked out in my favor. That would actually make sense. Huh. I never put that together. That actually makes a lot of sense. Like, because there are hints on how to find the bosses in all of the chapters. Except for this one, I think? You just kind of have to intuit it. Maybe. We're gonna save again. Because any progress is good progress. Let's see. Master of Spirits, the body of the Mother stayeth suspended beneath the crucible of the profane Sabbath. If thou canst unlock the final secret of the crucible, know thee is. The cross hath the power to weaken the Mother, but only someone who is ablaze with purifying fire canst truly destroy her. If thou canst understand these words, thou shalt know the true cost of thy faith. That is a hint on how to defeat the super secret final boss. The band names in order are hints. When all is said and done, trust no corpse. The horror is dead equals when you won and killed the boss. Basement 2 returned. Oh my god, you're right! Oh my gosh! That makes ton of sense! I read those words out loud earlier during the start of chapter 3. And I was just like, oh, those are interesting band names from the 80s. And then I talked about the price of tickets. That is really good hiding the hint. It's like right there, right in front of you too. And it's easy to see that too. You are now a Tier 4 acolyte. You've descended beyond everything that could possibly save you. Your words are not your own. Your actions are not your own. You belong body and spirit, to Gary. Your face itches for the warm embrace of the ritual mask. You long for the blinding pain of the knife. You truly are Gary's chosen vessel. Fear not, only a little longer, and you will experience the second death. Adios, alma perdida. Gary loves you. Partake of the dark. We're getting closer and closer to my least favorite part of this chapter, which, in the latest update to this game, supposedly has been updated. But I don't know about that. But it's getting darker and darker as we go deeper and deeper. And now it's so dark we only have the light of this lantern that we found. Yep. We're coming to the part that I liked the least. Not because it was spooky or anything, but bird scare. Gameplay wise, yeah. I don't like the Dark Forest. The Dark Forest was not fun comparatively to the rest of the game. Another bird scare. I actually liked the cameras in the apartment one. That's one of my favorite moments, believe it or not. I think the reason for me why I like the apartments and not the forest is the apartments are pretty linear. Like, every time it flashes the light, you can see where you need to go. You have really poor spatial memory. That's fair. I get lost in the forest. Jesus. Okay, that third one got me. That third one got me. And here we are. The Forest of Bones. I'm at 15 deaths so far. This might add a few. I don't know what's been changed. But you essentially just have to follow the path of markers here, and it'll take you where you need to go. If the second death is is this evil, imagine what the 15th death is. Right? Okay. That's one down. I think the left path is the longest path, too. Yeah. And that starts happening. Now, if you know what you're doing, you can navigate through this bone forest without following the path. But like I said, I get lost, like, super easy in this forest. I'm thinking, I'm thinking what could be the 15th death. Wait, no. That's right. If I go to the left from here, it leads to a secret. A little Easter egg reference. But I don't have to do... Oh, you jerks! Oh, you jerks. You jerks. You jerks. Oh my goodness.
Mortis.
I have to do the whole thing over again, by the way. That is why I... Do I have to do the whole thing over again? Did it save my progress? They did change it. They did change it. I was like, I went back and I was just like, wait, that does look different. Oh, goodness. Yeah, it used to not be that merciful. You used to have to do it all in one go. Like, this would be one of the final puzzle tests that you have to do. So I am definitely glad that that's been changed. All right. Thank God your cross has a shotgun spread, right? It would be cool if we could see the cone of effect that our cross uses. Because it's definitely a cone. Oh, you jerk. Get off. Get off my plane. Okay. One more. One more. Thank goodness. Thank goodness that they changed that. I was so ready to be like, and this is the bullshit that I was talking. Oh, and this is the easiest one, of course. In order of difficulty, left, up, and right. No. Yes, left, up, and right. So, like I said, there is a secret in this bone forest if you go up and to the left. But I'm gonna let other people go. I'm gonna save that for people so they can do it themselves. Do you really want to open this door? I love that. Do you really want to open this door? So if I hadn't fought the 3 other bosses, this would lead me to the final boss. The normal final boss. But I did fight the 3 secret bosses. So this is going to be the penultimate boss, rather.
Horrible. Please. How do you make a portal to hell? Sometimes it waits for someone who has already walked through it.
The tension you can cut like a knife.
Sometimes it opens itself inside the best darkest room where nobody can find it. And sometimes it comes when you turn up to you.
Yep. Hey, it's the twins. John's not looking so hot.
Hello, John.
Hello, John.
Just to finally meet you. Lord, help me. Somebody please help me.
This is a flashback. I hear thee. John, son of man, what dost thou wish?
This is too much for me. I am so afraid. Please let me escape this place.
And the girl?
I just want to go home.
If I leadest thou to safety, her fate shall be sealed upon thine head.
I'll do whatever you want. Just take me away from here.
Swear it.
I swear it.
So he leaves the house that Amy had been, where the failed exorcism had taken place. And now it is October 31st, 1987, the date of the profane Sabbath.
My name is Gary Miller. So you're the one behind all this. In the name of the Lord, I demand to know what the hell is going on here.
Just a cool dude wearing sunglasses in a dark room.
This far, I suppose you deserve some answers. Fine, you get 3 questions, but no more.
What will we ask about? We can ask about the injection he gave us, or we can ask about himself. And each one gives you different lore, and you can only ask each question once. So we have to choose between injection or Gary. I think I'm going to share what Gary is.
I am a normal human being, just like you. My mission is to prepare this world for the Antichrist. To do this, I give the second death to my chosen people.
And again, each one gives you different lore. But I think it's important that we ask about the boys. The boys!
Oh God, deep down, you always know the twins were on the ocean. But you could not resist chasing after lost souls. I suppose you wish they were you, just like Phil and Mrs. Martin. That is how I know you would come to me.
So there you go. The twins never existed. They were a figment of Mrs. Martin's mind. There is other lore in the game on a different ending that will flesh that answer out. But yeah, the twins never existed. John was just searching for a purpose to save, someone to save. His guilt at failing Amy consumed him and constructed a reason using what he knew about Amy's mom. And so, yeah, the twins never actually ever existed. They were just a figment of his imagination, just like Amy's mom. Now we're gonna ask about Amy.
My beloved Amy. She was the perfect vessel for the second death. But then your man screwed it all up.
The cult fed Mrs. Martin's delusion to make her believe they were real to drive a stake. Oh, that makes a lot of sense.
Are we done chatting? I think you have stood in my way long enough.
Boss fight time. And I actually didn't realize that the cult had fed into her delusions to drive a wedge in her family. That I actually never knew. Sure, just keep tossing your trident at me. Ah. So, unlike other fights, we can take one hit as long as we have our cross on us. There it is. There it is. Oh, jeez. Oh, I didn't move out of the way. I got greedy. One of my favorite moments. Father Garcia, it was real. The cult has been active since Snake Meadow Hill Church back in 1934. That I did know. That is information that is revealed in the Chapter 2 demo. Because the Chapter 2 demo technically could be played as its own game, even though it pretty much is like the second half of Chapter 2. It's got different lore and information in it.
I will defend this place as best I can. Don't worry, the thralls of the second death are closing in.
So we have a choice that we can make here. I can seal the crucible, or I can go into it. And I have that option because of me killing the bosses. And Garcia here is just going to pump all of these thralls full of lead. But we're just going to jump down this hole like it's Silent Hill 2 and go into the crucible. Because like I said, we're going to get the best ending. March 18th, 1934. Oh, that's right, there are notes here that explain how the cult's been doing as well. Miriam is ready. We will perform the ritual according to her instructions tonight. We successfully gave the second death to Miriam. We've been passing living newborns through the newly made portal as quickly as we can get them. So far, there has been no response from the other side. And March 23rd. After several days of sacrifices, we finally got a response. A tiny hand reached out from the portal. We took the hand and pulled out a baby boy. It appears to be a normal human baby, just like you and me. We named it Gary. Gary's origin stories? Gary loves you. Gary is a normal human being, just like you and me. Same note. My personal theory is that John and Lisa were both children involved in the Snake Meadow Hill Church and the ritual that happened there. In a painting in Chapter 2, you see Miriam Bell in front of a church with 6 figures in the church. One is blue and one is yellow. Also, a note from Gary in this game told you that she consumed 6 twigs and left 2 to walk as husk. You know, I had heard that theory before, but most people just attributed that to the hallucinations that John has after Gary injects him with the serum. But I never actually put that together with that note about Miriam Bell consuming the 6 figures in the church. And that connects really, really well, actually. I think that's correct. I think that's true. I think that is actually, and that explains why Lisa has like that aloof, like everything's okay after she's smoking, because she's practically, you know, hollowed out, like emotionally. That actually, yeah, I like that. I like that a lot. I think that's true.
Behold my mother, please. She tried to become the Unholy Trinity, but her body was told to withstand it. After all these years, I found the perfect vessel to take that honor upon herself. But we both know how that turned out. You have pursued me as far as I will go. Only one of us gets out alive. I will make you the first mortal to witness the profane Sabbath and the first to be consumed by it. But before I do, I will let you in on their secret. Gary does not love.
Oh, Gary! You're breaking my heart. He doesn't love us. So yeah, I've done this fight before too. I did this before the patch. This fight was made easier, and the dev didn't want to make it easier, which is kind of funny to me. This was a super hard fight. Like, I did it once. This is officially the second time I'm doing this fight, even though I've played Chapter 3 3 times. Because I got a different ending than my first playthrough. Have I gotten the worst ending? No, I have not gotten the worst ending. I've gotten the normal ending and the best ending, and I'm about to get the best ending again. And now I gotta fight 2 demons at once! Oh. Now, I don't remember if they share hit points. I think that was a theory that someone posited. The worst ending, well, it adds a lot of confusion, but the bad ends are meant to. Yes, that is true. Oh my god, I did! That was made significantly easier. And now we're about to get the best track in the entire game. This is the best song in the entire game. And unfortunately, it comes with a boss fight. My god, take this cup from me. However, we can take 10 hits. This abomination's power is too great. I've taken 2 hits already. That's not good. I love this song. And yet, this is not the end. Damn it, I took a hit. I couldn't get up quick enough. Toho, but Jesus? Yeah, pretty much. Provide some divine intervention at last? Don't count on it, John. Yes, Lord, I feel thou art with me. Damn it, I lost count of how many hits I've taken. And then the fight restarts. 4 or 5? Thank you, Carmine. Oh, I want to shout you out, Carmine. I forgot to do it earlier. Thy saving grace transfigures me. Oh, I already have? Oh, I did it. Okay, so we got a hint. And we have to light ourselves on fire and then quickly torch her. Oh. The fight was made easier. But I took 5 or 6 hits out of 10 total. Oh, goodness. Oh, goodness. I already have shouted you out, Carmine? Okay. And she says, "Be gone, thought!" No tier 3 sub for you. Sorry. Simp. Much better, yeah.
Amy, I'm so sorry. I couldn't save you.
Yeah, that is a really good line. I'm choking up a little. You can use the cross now.
Patri et Filii et Spiritus Sancti.
Exorcised the demon from the body of Amy herself.
Amen.
And all the cops and cultists are dead. Yep, it's a shiny gold cross. Faith restored.
So easy gone. Yes. What I encountered down there was truly unspeakable, but I destroyed it with the help of the Lord. No evil. You destroyed a mighty evil and disrupted the profane Sabbath. But the unspeakable is still out there. It must be hunted down and destroyed. You've grown stronger, John. I can see it. I need spiritual warriors like you. John! Lisa, what are you doing here? John, please don't go. You don't have to keep fighting. We can leave this place together. Live the rest of our lives in peace. Lisa, I still have so many questions. I need to figure all this out or I'll never be able to rest. Then let's figure it out together.
And so now we get a choice. We can either go with Lisa or go with Garcia. And I don't know which one's canon. This is the best ending, right? Like, this is where the ending deviates based on what choice you make. And both are pretty good deviations. I'm gonna see if I can't do... Give me a moment. I'm doing a poll, and I'm going to do it for 2 minutes. So there's a poll up for 2 minutes. People can vote who I should go with. I've already beaten this and gotten this ending once before. So I feel like everyone who's hung out with me, I believe y'all, for the journey, both endings are considered canon. Do you cope with your trauma and live your life? Do you want to dive headfirst into the fight and put personal feelings on the back burner? Is the world in jeopardy worth more than your sanity and throwing away your life? That is a good question. Definitely a good question. The fact that both are considered canon are really good. I kind of like that a lot. I'm watching the poll as well because I want to see how people vote. After people vote, I'll say which choice I made, and then I'll pick the audience one. I like the little music in the background. Very atmospheric. Very nice. Mozart's Moonlight Sonata. Well, we're almost at the end. Definitely looks like Garcia is the winner of this poll. So it looks like we're going to be going with another vote. But I always keep it up because at the last minute things can change. Oh, look at that! Garcia won by 3. With Rose contributing 30 points. Nice. I knew. I was like, are they? I allowed the option. Are they gonna race at the very end of the moment? That was so fun. I'm so glad I got to see that. Okay, so yeah, I'm gonna go with Garcia. The one that I chose when I first played through Chapter 3 was, in fact, Garcia. Um, I like Lisa, but given what we've seen in the game, I do feel like John even says, like, he has questions that he needs answered. He needs to find some kind of further closure. At least that's how I interpret it. And so he goes with Garcia. However, I always felt a little odd about that because we've seen that Garcia's faith is bronze, and he neglects, like a lot of things like that. Michael escaped from him, and he kept Michael locked away for months until his body was deformed by the demon. And he didn't listen to his superiors. Like, that means that he's really insistent on doing the right thing, but he's like, you could say that makes his view like very narrow in scope. He's very rigid in what he feels like is right, which can be a bad thing. But we've also seen, whoa, okay, why is my avatar, my VTuber got all angry there? Oh, because I typed on the number pad. That's right. Okay, fix that. I'm not angry. But yeah. And with Lisa, she wants to, rest. Like Rose said, live your life and cope with the trauma, and try to heal from it. But in the end, I still went with Garcia. And that's what everyone voted for. So, yeah, that's where we're going to go. We're going to go with Garcia. And we get the Terminator arm grab. Let's fight some demons. There's another theory that Garcia is keeping watch over John because he feels like John is like Michael, a victim of the cult. Is Garcia asking you to go with him because you're some kind of chosen one, or is it because he sees the chance to redeem himself for his failure with Michael? Ooh, that's a good theory. I mean, given how one of the other endings can go, I don't know. He does some really heinous stuff in that other ending. Especially, yeah, the shotgun agreement, yeah, exactly. But I hope for everyone who has not seen this game, I hope that y'all enjoyed it. This is one of my favorite horror games. It's very good. And I'm glad that I got to show everyone all of the best endings for all of the chapters. This is... I really want Erdorf to make another one. And if it's a PlayStation 1 style horror game where you play as Father Garcia, I am all over that. If you want to get the bad end, it's super easy in Chapter 3. Just go to each location and immediately leave. Oh yeah, that's super easy. I might do that off stream. Honestly. It's probably the only ending I don't have. With, accounting for variations, of course. Goodness. I loved this. This is such a good game. Gonna let the credits roll by again, because there's more credits. Dave Oshry, the CEO of New Blood. It's definitely worth it. It reveals a Matrix secret that doesn't get answered anywhere else. But since it's a bad ending, can that answer be trusted? Very true. I'm thinking of the super secret ending in chapter 1. How much of that is true? For sure. Is it just demons messing with John's head? And then there's the secret ending in chapter 2, which I teased. I've gotten every ending in chapters 1 and 2, but not in chapter 3. I think if I decide to get the bad ending, I'll have every single ending finally. My idea is that each of the bad endings is John losing his faith and the cult twisting the truth to make it seem real. Ooh, that's a good one. That's a really good one. We get another good song here with the credits. But Super Miriam, that is the killer track of chapter 3. I loved the song Super Miriam. That was the song that plays during the final secret boss. Because the only time John Mental's silent visit is mentioned is in Bad Ends. Well, technically that's not true. Remember, if you get caught by the third secret boss, you're teleported into a version of a mental asylum. So theoretically, that might have happened. Theoretically, of course. It could, again, just be demons messing with his head. Well, that's also no, it's not a bad ending. Because if you can escape from that asylum and go back to try and continue to fight the third secret boss. I don't know if the game talked over me. You didn't know that? You thought it was a one-hit KO? And you always restart? No! When you get teleported to that asylum, if you manage to escape without the demon touching you, you escape and you get to try again. But it is a race. Try Silent Hill? I actually plan on playing at least Silent Hills 1, 2, and 3. I'm debating if I want to do Silent Hill 4. But, Silent Hills 1, 2, and 3 are definitely on the list of horror games that I want to stream at some time. Ever played Lost in Vivo? Funny that you mentioned that. Let me go ahead and mute Faith. I was actually playing a game called Lunacid that my friend Carmine had gifted me. And we were talking about Lost in Vivo. And he recommended that I play that as well. And so I'm definitely going to eventually get Lost in Vivo and played that. Because when I played through Lunacid, that game was amazing. I love it. I love Lunacid. And when that game gets finished, when Lunacid gets finished, I promise here on stream that I am going to stream Lunacid, like, in its full entirety. Because that game is killer. Lunacid is such a good game. And, so, I definitely want to play Lost in Vivo. Speaking of Lost in Vivo again, the dev who did Lost in Vivo and Lunacid apparently did Spooky's House of Jump Scares. I did not know that until Carmine told me. And I was just blown away by that. I was like, oh my goodness. Akuma Kira, yes, that is their name. That is indeed their name. Well, the credits have rolled. The demons have been banished. The Gary doesn't love us and Amy has been laid to rest. I think it's time that we wrap things up. I'm going to the next stream is going to be me returning to the RPG Maker RPG game. Weird and unfortunate things are happening because I loved that experience too. You helped make a sleepless, sicky night a lot more fun. Oh, Rose, that is such a great sentiment. Thank you so much. Oh, that is such a sweet thing to say. I'm glad. I'm glad I could provide that for you. That actually means a lot. Thank you so much. So let's go ahead and go to the end card so I can give my special thanks to Toby Bentobox, who has done all of the art assets that you see at the beginning and the end of the stream. Nightlights for allowing the use of their music that you're hearing right now, both at the beginning and end of this stream. If you want to know the name of the song, you can find it down right at the bottom of the stream. And of course, a big special thanks to Aries Nova Art, who designed and rigged the VTuber that I use. Do I have a Discord? I do not have a Discord. I feel like I am not active enough, and I don't have a large enough community yet that I feel like a Discord would be worth it. I do have a Twitter, and I announce my streams and stuff on Twitter. So there's that. You can find me at Twitter at Serge Skunk, and that's typically where I do my announcements. I do hang out in other Discords though that allow me to post promos. So there is that. But I want to give another special thanks to everyone who's hung out with me tonight. Everyone who's chatted and followed and cheered and subscribed. Every single one of you always make my streams so much fun and so worth it, and I always want to do it again. I want to do it again immediately every time I end a stream. So while we still have time in the music, let me... Oh no. Okay, we still have a amount of bed. Let me find someone. Raid. If anyone has any recommendations to raid, feel free to fire them out right now. I typically have a point redeem right now, but it looks like anyone that I would raid at the moment is offline, which is a big shame. Which means that we may just wrap things up once the music ends. I don't see anyone coming online. Unless Twitch is going to give me recommendations to raid into. It doesn't seem like it. Alright, I guess this is it. Sorry, folks. I guess I couldn't really find someone to raid into tonight. You know someone? Oh, please, by all means, give me their name, and I will direct the raid to them. If someone's online and they're cool, then I'd be more than happy to raid into them. Kai Blood Talon. Alright. Let me get that situated. Did I spell that right? Yep, okay. I think I found them. So let's get that started. Thank you, Nova, for the recommendation. So we're going to get that started, and thank you again, everyone. I hope to see you the next time I stream. Take care and have a great night. Bye-bye.